Damn, what is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I can't believe you're here. I can believe it. I immediately wanted to launch into a somewhat affective stance, which maybe in retrospect we can detect even in the first few things that I said and how I said them. Seem to exhibit some kind of affect that I can remember having imagined before I said them. I in a way almost planned to say it that way because it didn't seem possible to actually say something without having planned it. But I suppose that I can say that the line of thought that I'm on right now, I wasn't predicting. But if I remember back, way back when, after I had said, I can't believe you're here, and then I said, I can believe it, I do have a memory of formulating in my mind at least the beginnings of the sentence which followed. And now I'm like wondering how permissible it is to include thoughts right now that are tied to memory, but I think it's fine. There's not I don't think there's any real substantial difference between thoughts that I can remember thinking and thoughts that seem to arise in the more recent past. It's just a matter of degree as to how recently these thoughts occurred. But one thing that I will say is that the line of thinking that I'm currently articulating, or at least the way that I am kind of mentally encapsulating what it is that I'm saying, or a general spirit or demeanor of what I'm saying and how it's being said, or something of the manner in which thoughts are being articulated right now, strikes me as somewhat amusing, or at least it did in some moment in the recent past when I was apparently formulating this statement in my head, more or less, not exactly word for word, but I can remember this current thing that I'm on, just the last few seconds or so, being formulated in advance and considered against other alternatives, and then also maybe even remarked upon from different angles before it was even stated. That is, the fact that what I'm saying now, or rather the thing that I said a few sentences ago, was that well before I said it, I was aware that it had been formulated in recent past due to my memory of thinking thoughts more or less corresponding to what I said more or less corresponding to the sentence that I am referring to. And then as you might remember, I started questioning. I started kind of analyzing the merit of that train of thought, trying to judge it based upon the metric of how much from memory it was, or how recent versus distant the memory of formulating that thought was, and then more or less concluded that it didn't matter much either way. But now I would say that I'm kind of still slightly amused, actually, or I'm kind of like I'm renewedly amused, or my amusement has been renewed. If I look at it, if I ask the question whether I'm amused or not, it occurs to me that I am, or at least I was at the time of beginning this current sentence or line of sentences. And the amusement is relating to kind of the how shall we say, the seeming convolutedness of the way that I'm speaking, and that it is kind of comical to me, the how just incredibly verbose something can become based on just the scantest amount of actual substance. And I mean, if there's any substance whatsoever, I mean, if we look at it now, pretty much everything that has been said so far is like the only kind of substance that it could be said to have, or referent that it might be referring to, is really just like kind of the maybe a little kernel of something that I said to begin speaking, which in itself is obviously empty. It's just sort of an introduction that I would say as a matter of course. So in a sense, everything that is occurring right now, verbally, linguistically, is pretty much just sort of an extrapolation or elaboration upon something that is just a matter of course. So in a way, this is also pretty much a matter of course. I believe it's like we can kind of observe this linguistic chain of thought just sort of going along without having, I don't know, it's like it has a certain quality to it of just kind of going along without what would I say, like it's not that we're not, it's not what they're that we're like not attached to it or something, but it's as if it has its own kind of life, and it doesn't it's not like beholden to serving any purpose either for myself or for you. And but then interestingly enough, it's kind of enjoyable to observe because of that. I would say it's like it continues to be kind of amusing and kind of interesting, even though like I would say that, if I may return now to even more distant memory of like the lead up to this episode of Walking and Talking, it seemed to me like it would be more grave or something, or have more gravity or something, but now I'm almost like relishing the kind of absence of any of the qualities that I could have predicted at all to what's going on here. There's not like I don't feel any sense of like anything like I don't actually feel like there's like introspection going on, and I like that, and I don't feel like there's I don't feel like there's anything profound going on, or any any sort of like being beholden to something profound happening. I guess I could say that one aspect that could possibly be present here is a sort of contrasting, or maybe even there's a type of characterization of what seems to be happening as being somehow independent, or being distinct or different from what would be relatively predictable characteristics of something that would perhaps occur in this video. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like we're apparently seeming to enjoy I suppose what could be called surprise at the just kind of relatively unencumbered manner in which this speaking is going forth, you know? And then, interestingly enough, once I recognize that as sort of a characteristic or a quality, you know, and admittedly enough, the things that I'm saying are obviously playing a large part in kind of conjuring up that as a characteristic, or, you know, turning that into reality actively as we go along here. As you may observe, there's also this potential to then start to become attached to that quality, and then start to worry about it, you know, and then start to try to protect it and keep it going, and then it, like, if that were to happen, or perhaps, I don't know, is it happening? I'm not quite sure. But if it were to happen, then it would immediately, in a kind of contradictory way, start to manifest exactly those characteristics that we seem to be defining it in opposition to. You know what I'm saying? It would become exactly what it's trying not to be. And then and it almost seems as if right now there's like this potential of belaboredness. There's this almost high potential of the belaboredness or a kind of belabored self-consciousness of what this seems to be or what this could be or something like that. And then that potential, the recognition of that potential introduces sort of an element of peril, if you will, an element of danger, if you will. I mean, I guess I'm recognizing that that's also an optional interpretation that we could choose or choose not to have. You know, whether or not there's danger here, but perhaps something a little more fundamental than danger, and perhaps maybe a little less dramatic than danger could be just described as instability, if you will. I mean, you know, of course, that word having a lot of potential meanings and interpretations, but one of them kind of being, how should I say? Well, instability could be interpreted in one way as how we would perhaps encapsulate this seemingly recurrent recognition of the sort of optionality of the various interpretations of what is going on here as they come up. Like the various linguistic, verbal, conceptual, emotional interpretations of what seems to be going on here. And just kind of continually recognizing that those are, I don't know, that those interpretations are just kind of occurring, and that the interpretations themselves are sort of constituting anything that could be said to be here or could be said to be going on, and that they don't exhibit a quality of necessity other than the necessity that they do just seem to be happening. But then again, like, there seems to be an equal sense in which they're not exactly happening, because they're not taking on substance. At least I don't think. But then that leads me to ask: is there anything that is taking on substance or has taken on substance? And if so, would that be equal to some kind of unexamined presupposition or an unexamined position that's just going unconscious? And it seems like we could say that almost necessarily there must be some kind of unquestioned position here, or but now that I say that, I'm not so sure, because it's as if any kind of stated position that we might recognize, and by position, let me try to clarify. I just mean like a point of view that's more or less stable, that all of this could be said to be within, or that could be encapsulated within, or you know, and but then again, when I think of that and I consider that, it's like this stable position that I speak of would still have to be, would still in itself have to be a type of interpretation or construction, or like it would have to actually exist in thought, you know, like a thought of a sort of reducing type of thought that would attempt to I apologize for reusing this word so much, but encapsulate what's going on here. And it's like I know that seems to be kind of like an inevitability that that we you know, mentally encapsulate things, and it does seem to be a type of world building. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually trying to think of what would the alternative to be to encapsulating perceived experience, and it's as if I can't find one, or the alternative would actually be kind of a non-existence, if you will. It's like because now if when I started to think about like a world or a self absent this kind of representational thought behavior of, you know, like you know, just like how like anything that's actually, it seems as if almost everything that could be thought of as experience is the same as this thing that I'm talking about of encapsulating. Sorry, this word may start to get tiresome, but like memories, you know, like a memory is not, we just know by even definitionally think about what exactly is a memory, and it's of course not the actual experience that occurred, but it is some kind of representation of a supposed experience in the past that we don't actually have access to. We don't actually have access to the past. We only have access to memories within us, or something like history, which we could just think of as an external memory, or a social memory, or a intersubjective memory, something that's recorded, evidence of a past, you know, photographs even like that you have of your own past life. we could think of that as an externalized memory, and of course it has the same fundamental quality as an internal memory, in that it's kind of a representation that could seem to serve as a bridge towards that past which we can't go back and experience fully, of course. And so it's like, with regards to the past, it's like all we have is these memories, and you actually just examine a memory. It's like, what is this? What is this memory? Like, does it have substance? Is it tangibly somewhere? And can it itself be reliably encapsulated? And I guess that's kind of what we're doing. We're always kind of creating these amalgamations and reducing them in order to have this map of reality, just all the time. But then it kind of strikes me like, where is the actual then? Is it in the present? And then you can't really find a hard, solid present. My apologies, this camera keeps screwing up again and freezing. Despite my best efforts, the next thing to try would be buying a new SD card, the highest quality SD card. Maybe I'll have to return this one that I tried this recently. I bought another expensive, $50 mini SD card that's supposed to be fast enough for this, but it is still freezing, so maybe I return this one and try another one. But regardless, you can't find this solid present experience other than what seems to be more encapsulations. It's like, even if you try and observe the most objective seeming sensory data in your experience, what you see and feel as being real and solid, and it's like I don't know. It's like, yeah, there's a sense in which we can say it's real and solid, and certain things about our map of reality have consistent correlations. Like, if you step off a cliff that's tall enough, you will fall to your death, or at least be severely injured, and so on and so forth. And if you reach your hand towards the object that appears in your vision, that will be confirmed by feeling the thing that you touch, and so on. But then there's this other thing where still all of that is kind of it's like all aspects of experience are both kind of an amalgamation of other apparent aspects of experience. That is, you're kind of conglomerating lots of little things into a model of something. It's like a concept, a rock, and even I feel as if, like, even my perception of a rock, like the act of seeing a rock, there's this in a sense there's still conception involved in that very process, in that, you know, we've perceived many rocks before and felt rocks and have knowledge surrounding rocks, and so like when we think that we are seeing a rock, it's like some conglomeration of all of those little bits being pooled into that experience. And then all those aspects of experience are themselves also inside of some apparently bigger and more complex image of reality. Like the rock exists within this web of our map of the world. Like rocks exist within the world and have relation to everything else in the world, and are a part of something. And you know, they're also within our experience. They are one part out of the totality, or the seeming totality of our experience. Like they're in the environment that I seem to perceive. But now it kind of seems as if I've gotten off on what seems like a very philosophical seeming track, and I feel lost after it. I feel as if I've been kind of on a track, and it's as if it's as if I've stopped paying attention to what's going on and just started talking on this very abstract train for a while. But I know that this is also actually merely an interpretation, merely another interpretation, or optional or arbitrary encapsulation of what seems to be happening. That is, if I am characterizing my if I am characterizing the recent past as being a long rambling philosophical tractate on the phenomenology of experience, and then I do that in relation to some concept of what would be more connected with reality, that is, and then, you know, I contrast with, like, okay, what would it have meant to be paying more attention, as opposed to rambling on about the phenomenology of experience, using rocks as an example. And the concept that comes to mind, or the concept that I realized I had been harboring when I began this characterization of what I was recently saying, would be some kind of idea of being more acutely self-reflexive with regards to my manner of speaking and my own manner of thinking in this very moment, or more self-analytical or something like that, which I can quickly recognize as itself being another optional interpretation, and another sort of like arbitrary phenomenon within, you know, and not having a fundamental difference, or not having a real difference really at the core from the manner of speaking which I'm characterizing as its opposite, that is, or it's what happened instead, which is, like I've said, this other sort of like longer, seemingly with a larger sort of formal structure, which is this what I have been referring to as this philosophical tractate on phenomenology. And by phenomenology, I just mean like the stuff that seems to make up experience. But as you may be noticing, like I am, that it's like all of the things that I'm saying kind of, if there's any difference in quality, it's not really important or pertinent, and I guess I would characterize all of these things as kind of exhibiting themselves to be more pertinently just slightly different aspects of the same thing, which is this. I guess you would be the best way to say it. One thought that occurred to me, and I'm realizing as I say this that this thought occurred to me at some point along formulating the most recent several sentences, and which I'm apparently beginning to formulate this. I'm apparently beginning to figure out how to articulate this thought right now as we speak. Apparently, because the memory of it, or like a memory of a small representation of it. Like I have a memory of a little kernel of an idea occurring while my mouth was busy, finishing up some other train of thought, and for whatever reason, this kernel of an idea returned to my awareness at a point when it seemed as if a certain train of thought, if you will, came to some seeming conclusion, and then I began kind of, as I started to make a reference toward this other idea that, believe me, I will try to articulate and expound upon. As I was beginning to just refer to it before having explained what it is exactly, I can remember myself having a brief evaluation of it, and the metric of my evaluation seemed to be whether this idea had a quality of romanticism or excitingness to it, and which I seemed to be a little bit suspicious that maybe it did, and noticed that I was feeling suspicious of the excitingness or allure of this particular kernel of an idea that had seemingly emerged from my recent memory, because and then I observed that that type of suspicion has a correlate in my manner of conceiving of myself, which is to be, at least in this moment, relatively suspicious of the allure of ideas, or excitingness of ideas, or a romantic quality to certain ideas. But after kind of examining that suspicion and taking that into account, I seem to have proceeded with beginning to make reference to this idea, having come to enough of a conclusion, not exactly a conclusion, but enough confidence that whether the idea was suspicious or not, whether the idea was suspect or not, or whether the idea had a sexy kind of appeal to what I might consider to be the lower angels of my worst nature, or something like that. I seem to have come to enough confidence that it was not and is not particularly pernicious or dangerous or base, accompanied by a certain confidence that even if it was, or even if it were, that we're in a sturdy enough framework in which it would be completely acceptable to expose that idea and investigate it, and that inevitably we'll probably move through that idea, through the emptiness, which I'm kind of intuitively assuming that all ideas occurring here have. Which brings me to the point of now attempting to kind of remember what exactly that idea was, and I am getting a faint glimmer of it, and it seems to be that it became notable to me, or an aspect, like a seeming aspect of experience worth remarking upon, or an apparent characteristic of experience that could be described as like a creativity. But when I say that, that's a problematic way of putting it, because it's not like implying any kind of personal creativity, just sort of like the creative nature of experience. And let me try and explain why it seems so. It's like, as you may have observed, if you've been paying any attention, or maybe even just hearing what I'm saying and putting any kind of attentional effort into trying to follow along. And of course, it's not like important that you are successfully following along, or it's not important that you feel as if you're understanding anything here. Let me just assure you, if you feel like you're not understanding, then you are. That's a perfectly valid, experience, and it's even not really different from quote unquote my experience. We are kind of persisting in a state of non-understanding. back to what I was saying, you may have observed now that kind of everything being said, all of the language and ideas coming up, everything that's occurring here, in a way has this, and is in one sense kind of arbitrary, like as if it didn't have to be this way, or like, you know, maybe if you're kind of doing what is normal to do in attempting to understand language and kind of like creating some kind of mental map and keeping some mental record of all the words and concepts and how they relate to each other, and all of the seemingly kind of nested ideas and the sort of like reflexive wormholes of analysis of the things being said and the ideas present, and it's like all of these things it's like none of these things have any kind of like inherent necessity to them. It's not as if anything. It's not as if any particular thing that's being said is getting any closer to anything more fundamental or like more true in any sort of absolute sense. It's probably just kind of apparent that, I mean, at least it's very apparent to me, maybe it is to you, that absolutely everything being said here is only kind of like relationally meaningful, is only kind of relatively meaningful to something else that I said that has some apparent relative meaning, and that if we actually try to get to the basis of what's going on here, it can't really be found. And so let me try to explain like why it seemed to occur to me that some at least notable characteristic of experience is a type of creativity. It's like it's like this stuff like it's just happening, and it's not quite predictable, but it does seem to like belong in a sense. Like the things that I'm saying, they at least work. They at least work syntactically with the other things that I'm saying, and there is actual reference going on, and there is relation going on between apparent things, between apparent ideas, between apparent concepts and words. But there isn't this actual, there isn't any actual like endpoint or like, oh, now I get it, or like now I understand sort of thing. There's only this sort of endless reference to something else. There's only this pointing to something else that is either in the past or apparently in the future, or maybe even like apparently in the present, but it's not quite there. It's not quite like solidly there. But I don't know if that like is really the best explanation that I could give of like why such a description might seem notable. Like, but because interestingly, like if I'm referring to experience as being essentially creative, it's like all this stuff is just kind of like happening. All these words are just kind of like moving along and like, you know, kind of apparently being generated at a certain like nexus point between the known and the unknown, or oftentimes experienced as like, you know, future and past. At the same time, there's actually kind of nothing being created at all. Like there's like that's sort of an equally valid interpretation of what may or may not be happening. You know what I mean? Like this is all, you know, in one sense could be a fecundly verbose, elaborative blossoming of interconnected ideation, and then just equally at the same time it's also just nothing. It's also just elaborations on this fundamental tautology of this is what it is, but this is what it is saying nothing, which is perfectly accurate. And what this kind of leads to is there actually is nothing. And but of course, you know, the moment those words leave my mouth, that they throw up all sorts of obvious contradiction of experience. But nonetheless, I like it kind of remains. It can't be like the nothing can't actually be disposed of or thrown out or avoided. You know what I mean? Like the sort of like emptiness of what is going on in this experience is like is itself the fecundity, the proliferation of all this interrelated words and concepts and talking. And it's like it's like how in mathematics, as Chris Langan says, the boundary of a boundary is zero, and the sum of all boundaries is always zero. And like if it seems like there's if it seems like there's content here, and you know it can't be totally that the presence of content can't be completely dismissed or avoided. You know, I am talking a lot. We can't totally deny I'm saying lots of things. It seems to make sense, at least, you know, like sort of like at a certain scale, at a certain intermediate scale, actually. The things that I'm saying make a certain kind of sense, and you're experiencing this as well. You're experiencing a certain type of meaning being made at a certain type of scale. But of course, if we zoom out to the whole thing of like, what exactly am I talking about? There's not a meaning there. And then if we zoom in to a more, you know, microscopic, granular detail on, you know, what exactly is the meaning of each word that I'm saying, and like independent of any relative meaning that it has. It's like there's not any meaning to be, there's not any substance of meaning to be found there, but in this apparent relative mean between those two scales, there appears to be this kind of meaning, but it's only a relation, and not any kind of entity in itself. It's only kind of it's only in the kind of transitoriness of our attention, we could say, that anything appears to exist at all. And like if there were actually any such a thing as meaning going on, like in any, like to the extent that we can even seem to perceive or seem to understand anything that's happening here, it is I would say that it's because of making boundaries, of making conceptual boundaries, mental borders, distinctions between one thing and another. And it could be said that it's actually the boundaries that would be apparent, would be anything that makes any apparent sense, but then it's like the boundary has no substance in itself. Pardon me for a moment, just a moment. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Hi.
How far is it for the shelter? Like 5 minutes?
I can't remember where the shelter is. I think you might hit a trailhead before the shelter,
Oh, okay.
but I could be wrong.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Hi.
Hello.
Like the boundaries, if there's any, like if the words seem to have content or something, like if there seems to be content here, it's only made content due to like a linguistic syntax that is effectively chopping things up, you know? It's like the rules and the distinctions and the boundaries and borders and lines are what actually gives any content. You know, it's like if there's content, then it's like there is necessarily a correlative, symmetrical syntax to the content. If there's content, there's this symmetric, correlative Wow. That's a sight for sore eyes. There's a symmetrical syntax, which is just the borders and the lines, and then it's like you take away the borders and the syntax, which is something that's essentially substanceless, you know, like it would just be like these distinctions are just infinitely thin dividing lines that we cast up to create our world with. And since they're inherently like not really existent because they're infinitely small, they have no real dimension, you know. If you like, that's where mathematically it's like the border of the border is nothing, and the sum of all boundaries is zero, sort of thing. And like you recognize that absence of the substantiality of any syntax or meaning, and then all the would-be content disappears too. Like the would-be content disappears into nothingness, and you know, you are actively experiencing this right now. Forgive me for a moment, I'm gonna change a layer or take off a layer. And it's always like this. There's not any exterior to this reality that I'm describing, or rather this unreality that I'm describing. It's like, you know, maybe this particular form of experience, it's possible, could be exhibiting to you some kind of character of being different from other experience. You know what I mean? Like this walking and talking thing, in some way you are likely characterizing this experience that you're having right now as having some kind of difference from what you would consider to be normal experience, or the rest of your life, or you know, what it felt like before this, before you were watching or listening to this. But you have to understand that there isn't any external reality to this that's not absolutely and completely contiguous with this, you know? It's like it's not like there's an actual border between this experience right now and normal life. It's like this is as much normal life as anything. You turned on the video, or you turned on the podcast, you started playing it, you listened, you kept listening, maybe you skipped ahead to this, and that, you know, to me that sounds like exactly what we would think of as normal experience. This right here, this is as normal as experience as it could possibly get. And yet we see at the same time that it's also just nothing. It's also just empty. Pretty neato, huh? Isn't that neat? But then it's not. We don't get to have that. You know, we don't get to keep that. But it's like, you know. And then you know, there's actually nothing new here either. Like, even if this experience seems a little different, there's nothing new going on here at all. Like, there's no in one sense there's, like, you know, creation happening right in this instance as it is in every instance, but then there's actually nothing being created here. There's nothing new. I'm not saying anything that is, you know, that has any originality to it, you know? Know what I'm saying? Like, all of this is all completely contiguous with everything else, even though I'm saying actually there effectively isn't anything else, and there isn't even this either. In its in its total contiguity, in the total reality of this, and in the total reality of everything else that it all kind of obliterates itself, if you will. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, it does really. In the total reality of this, like, let's just go and with the normal experience of things are real. There's you, there's me, we're in relation. There's your body, there's your computer or your phone, or whatever other device. There's seemingly solid objects, and then but kind of like more basic than that, like there's this moment, and there's the past, and there will be the future. There was the past, and there is now, and there will be the future. There's just the most normal reality. And if you just kind of like, if you just even assume, just go ahead and assume that that's the way that things seem, are exactly the way that they are, and there's no special hidden other thing that you have to discover. Just go ahead. Normal experience, normal conception of reality, normal conception of time, normal conception of matter, objecthood, status, whatever it is, and then just like, go ahead with that. All of that actually kind of obliterates itself. I mean, what I'm talking about is like, if there is in fact this moment, and in implication that there also was a past and there will be a future, and that all of this time is contiguous with each other, connected. It's just like the past is continuously connected with the present, and which is continuously connected with the future, and we are moving through it continuously, right? That seems like normal. It's like, and then like, and so there's this like expanse of time, and then if you go ahead and just like follow through with the logic of that being real, of time being a real, linear time being a real thing, it's like, where I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to describe this. It's like, in its totality, or in its completeness, in its wholeness, it kind of becomes nothing. I don't know how to say it exactly. But it's also just like embedded within that very, very kind of like basic observation that there was a past and there will be a future, and now there is a present. What is, if you actually stop and think about what that means, it's really quite paradoxical. Like, what do we mean by the past other than something that is not now? And if it's not now, it's like, when is it, apart from saying sort of a tautological statement like it was then? Like, what is then? And then what does was mean? And then same goes with the future, like definitionally, the future is something that is not now, and so you can also just say is not, but will be. But then like, what does will be mean other than this another tautology of like the future? Like, how can you define the future non-tautologically? And how can you like define a future or a past apart from something that doesn't exist? And then like, if the past and future don't exist, or if the past and future are, like, definitionally don't exist, then what then is the present? It's like, definitionally the present is that which exists now, but you can also leave out, the now is kind of optional, because obviously it's, for it to exist it must be now. So if the present is like that which exists, what does exist mean? Other than another like tautological statement. And what does exist mean if it's supposedly an infinitely thin sliver of this time continuum that we're supposedly moving through? How can something that's infinitely thin be said to exist? It's like the distinction. It's like the boundary. It's like yes and no only have meaning, are only granted any meaning by the boundary and distinction between them. But the boundary and distinction between them can't be said to have substance. It's infinitesimally, vanishingly tiny to the point where it can't be said to exist. And that's kind of like what the present is. The present is just a distinction, a boundary that's infinitesimally small to the point of not really existing. And then like we can kind of do the same thing with like space, you know? It's like there's here and then there's there. And is it actually possible to grant any kind of solidity to these concepts of here and there other than their distinction from one another? Like, can you define a there in any fundamental way other than saying that it's not here? And then vice versa, can you define what here is other than by saying it's not there, you know? It's like only the distinction, but then again, like where does the distinction lie other than a vanishingly infinitesimal, ghost of a concept? It's like the only way that anything exists whatsoever is like in this transitoriness of attention that I'm talking about, like this apparent motion between things that would seem to have inherent substance. It's only so in the transitoriness between them. It's like only in what would be termed like a lapse of knowing that anything would exist. But it's actually, another way to put that is like it is the supposed knowing like the act of knowing is again like one of these syntaxes, one of these definitions that separates, that makes a distinction from the knower and the known. And it's, again, vanishingly, infinitesimally small to the point of not existing. And then, so what becomes of the known and the knower? I don't know. Remember, wow. Yeah, remember, do you remember way back when we when we started the video, and there was just kind of a type of talking that had such a normalness to it, just such a refreshing mundaneness to it, such a unaffected, unbelabored, not kind of non-functionality to it that just kind of seemed to be creating itself in this sort of like reflexive, emergent growth. Upon sort of a kernel of really nothing, and then and it had this refreshing lack of profundity, and now here we are, you know, sitting on the top of the mountain apparently, and dramatically indulging in profound paradox. And which in this optional formulation that I'm going to delve into is a problem, it's problematic. This apparent affect of profundity, is it really problematic? No, it's not. We're just kind of choosing to interpret it that way. Because we're choosing to kind of manifest aspects of identity. We're choosing to manifest characteristics of identity that have preference, where, you know, in which certain qualities are desirable over other qualities, and so a certain quality of humble mundaneness, and kind of non-utility has a certain, we're choosing to attribute a certain beauty to that, and then and so necessarily we have to attribute apparent affected profundity or profound affect as being kind of debased and vulgar in contrast. But of course, you know, these are just sort of like arbitrary characteristics that we are choosing to manifest in our identity right now for fun. Like we're kind of just for fun acting like there's a you and an I who would have preferences that mean something, that and could make valuations of certain things being good or certain things being bad, or better or worse, or more or less beautiful, you know, just for fun. As if there's some kind of distinction to be made between a non-affected, amusing, we could even say trivial type of self-generating language, as opposed to anything adopting any sort of grandiosity. Excuse me for a moment, there's other humans nearby. GoPro, stop recording. And you may recognize that I just engaged in another type of encapsulating this experience, which then after I briefly paused the recording while I passed by another IRL human, you know, because we have to I have to perform kind of a normal type of sociality in the presence of other humans. In the small gap of seeming to like of seeming to kind of like get a taste of a different framework of being, that is a framework of not recording speaking to you. There started to emerge for a moment like something that could, if it had gone unchecked, could manifest as a type of tiredness of doing this, or a type of like, or just not so dramatic, but like readiness, ready to stop, ready to end it and go home. And it's just, you know, of course it's not nearly even time for that yet. But then I started to examine like what that apparent potential exhaustion might be, or might consist of, and I kind of realized that it was in a way another form of drawing distinctions and drawing and encapsulating and reducing reality, and trying to an attempt to make it solid in a way by sort of realizing the difference between something like walking and talking and something like normal life, and so like that would entail, like, let me try to clarify a little bit. Like the apparent tiredness would have to do with an encapsulation of my recent experience as being of a sort, and therefore desiring difference, and like desiring a different sort of experience from the one that I'm currently having, and that I'm sort of interpreting to have been having for, you know, what would be considered a sufficient amount of time already. And I'm interpreting that sort of gravity towards difference, you know, like the tiredness of attention, like attention getting tired of paying attention to quote unquote the same thing and wanting something new, you know, that gravity towards the difference to me is nothing other than the sort of the sort of gravity of world building, or you could say that the gravity of the gravity towards existence, the gravity towards manifestation of things and stuff as being real, as appearing as real. And if that doesn't quite make sense, let me try to explain a little more clearly, like the apparent change into the change between apparent states of like continuously speaking and continuously recording, or conceptually also being like in a public space, because it's like it's kind of as if it's kind of as if right now I'm in a public space, and then you know, the difference that I would be desiring would be to change into being in a private space and not speaking audibly, but to be able to just think internally. And of course I would be speaking, you know, there would be some kind of probably linguistic thought activity occurring, and in some ways that change of state appears as attractive or alluring, or appears to have some form of gravity towards it. I'm saying because it's that change of state that, or that apparent change of state. I mean, it's like not that there's anything fundamental actually changing, but that apparent change of state being one of the sorts of distinctions that creates a reality, and that like mentally then there would be this division up of time into categories of being recorded and speaking audibly and continuously, as opposed to being silent and in relative privacy, etc. And of course it's like neither of these opposing states, or we could just say like relating states, have any inherent value to them. It's of course the difference between them that would give any value. So, you know, just for a simple way to observe that is like, I don't walk and talk for long enough, and I increasingly get the urge to, and then once I've been walking and talking for long enough, I increasingly get the urge to stop, and so it would appear to be, you know, some sort of equilibrium between that's created by balancing the two. And we can observe those types of equilibriums in all facets of our life. You know, you haven't eaten for long enough, you increasingly get the desire to eat. You've been eating so much, you start to feel disgusting and want to stop eating, or you start to get too full and need to stop eating. Sleep, waking, exercising, resting, working, relaxing, working, chilling, etc. Like, you know, seemingly within any kind of like category of activity that we could be doing, we can categorize it as in opposition to something else. And it's not that either one of those is like any kind of inherent good, or even inherently substantial. Even something like a spiritual practice like meditating or something, it's like you know, you may be drawn towards a spiritual practice because you perceive some lack of that in your life, and then you do it long enough, it's like you start to feel the gravity towards going back to normal life. Like normal life shit starts to build up after you've been meditating for long, or whatever it is you're doing. And there just wouldn't be any such a thing as a spiritual practice were not it for the supposed mundane, banal, regular life that's not spiritual, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Vice versa. Like there wouldn't be a mundane life if there were not also apparently some super profound mystery going on. But then again, it's like these are the types of distinctions that we use to like apparently create reality, and that's why distraction has such a gravity towards it. You know, media, or just whatever it is that distracts us. Quote unquote distracts us. The things that we have a certain gravitation towards, that maybe our the angels of our better judgment would otherwise inhibit. It's because the distraction is like by distraction I mean just like the relative rapidity of shifting of attention towards apparent other things, and that's the draw towards reality. It's like the wanting for something to be real. You know what I mean? Like as I keep walking and talking here, and as I keep talking, and I feel experientially the just baseless nature, and the baseless and paradoxical nature of absolutely not only just everything that I'm saying, but everything that would be in my experience, everything that's framed by what I'm saying, and anything that might lie outside of the frame of what I'm saying. As I experience what I can only describe as its total instability, like it's like something. It's like then, the opposite of it becomes what's desirable, because this instability that is kind of observed by relative attention, and now I have to determine such terms as attention as being relative to distraction, and distraction being relative to attention, and these things not having inherent meaning in themselves, but having this binary type of meaning just like anything else. But in what we would categorize as this experience, there is a marked instability that is revealed, or maybe could even be said to be being generated by our relative attention, and therefore if this instability starts to become substantial, if the instability starts to appear as a relatively stable characteristic of experience, then we immediately are drawn towards its opposing binary, where if such a phenomenon such as instability, which weirdly enough is like kind of better defined as the absence of phenomenon, or like the emptying out of phenomenon, or sort of like the annihilation of phenomena. If in our perception, if in our sort of active world building, in our creation of this very moment, we start to create instability as a thing, as sort of an entity it immediately starts to also sort of call forth into the margins of our experience its opposite, and its opposite manifests with this pull towards it, and the opposite meaning the apparent stability of quote unquote normal experience. But then, and so, like, you know, in my construction of this present situation, that I'm sort of referring to the apparent stability of the normal experience of quote unquote regular life, of not walking and talking and just being silent and walking, and then, you know, and imagining the manifestation of a more solid seeming reality that involves phenomena that are seemingly so incontrovertible, such as hunger and tiredness and physical tiredness, you know, these things that these characteristics of experience that seem so undeniable, you know, facts of life, the need to eat and the need to rest your body, and then, like, you know, maybe even less sort of empirical ones, but pretty relatively real nonetheless, is like the need to, like, rest your mind or something, and or the need to have this opposing experience to this of, like, mental privacy or something like that. But, like, you might kind of notice that, in a sense, there seems to be some kind of extent to which even this, like, arising duality, like, has some degree of optionality to it. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, since I took this short break passing by a person and then starting to describe at great length what occurred in the few seconds that the camera was off, the description and the looking into that experience has become itself something of the opposite of what that experience was conceived to be. And with the sort of recognition of this activity going on, of categorizing, like, this experience as being a thing, as being walking and talking as opposed to normal life, like the recognition of that act of making that distinction, it's like it becomes also an option to not make that distinction, and to be like, well, this apparent experience right now can just as equally be conceived of as normal life. Like, this is just normal life. I mean, and then it just is just as much as it is anything else. I'm just walking and talking and recording it, and you're just sitting there listening, or standing listening, or walking, or driving, or whatever you happen to be doing. And maybe if you're not even listening, you're hearing. Maybe you're just hearing, or just seeing, or something. And this is all perfectly normal. But of course, like, even such a, like, apparent sort of, like, universal type of categorization of an experience as being perfectly normal is, of course, itself one side of this dichotomy that you're well aware of now that we're talking about. And so it's kind of like, well, just to preface this, I can't begin to actually speak anything at all about what's going on here without actively engaging in contradiction. But it's as if we are it's as if we are persisting in kind of an activity of continual incorporation of everything. You know, like continuing to kind of like incorporate all the sorts of distinctions or dichotomies or dualities that start to appear to us, and like in this persistence in, you know, what I have to admit is a framework. It is kind of like there is we have to admit a distinction that's being continually upheld here. That is this framework of walking and talking, of continuously talking. And of it being a communique, that is, it being publicly available, but more to the point. Just like it being this communication between you and I, you know, whether it's, I suppose it's one way, so whether you want to call it communication or not is up to us, but it does seem to be that we are inside of we are in this experience, can be conceived as being inside of something, and that just being this distinction that of walking and talking, like, and then that also requiring the outside, and the outside being, you know, what I've been talking about of not talking. But then, you know, here I was also just not talking for a moment. And so but I can, again, it's possible to remark upon what seems to be going on, and I keep saying seems, because it would kind of seem as if, like, the truest remark upon what could actually be said to be happening would be silence, you know, prolonged silence, which, you know, of course you and I are very familiar with, but then again, now that I say that, it's not actually true that would be, any kind of ultimately true reflection of what's going on. And of course, like, what I'm saying is revealing itself to be meaningless in this moment of saying it already. Even the idea of, like, the notion of a true reflection of what's going on is itself obviously an oxymoron. But it's like, there was a moment of silence just back there of and what does the moment of silence mean? Like I stopped talking for a moment, which seems in one sense quite natural, of if interpreted as I got tired of talking or I didn't know what to say. And that's like both of those things are kind of true statements. Like, I didn't know what to say. I was tired of talking. I wasn't sure how to proceed. Like, these are all like as valid as interpretations of the brief silence as any. But then and like those relative truths having like accompanying with them a type of problem, a type of dissonance between this conceptual framework that you and I really are continually upholding by having this interaction that we're having, and my apparent felt experience of apparently not knowing what to say, being in conflict with that framework that we are kind of actively keeping this framework up, like the framework of walking and talking for 4 hours doesn't actually have something like any eternal intrinsic existence outside of the active world building that we are doing right now. It's actually implicit in everything that seems to be happening here. And then I did start talking again. And when I started talking again, the apparent kind of information that would spur me to do so was simply another one of these kind of observations of an arbitrary, again, kind of encapsulation of what's going on. Like, and even if it's just like something as basic as a thought occurring to myself that I have been walking and talking for what feels like a long time now. And that, like that sort of thought being a type of containing thought, like a type of trying to draw in fact, it's a type of trying to draw in the most apparent facets of my state at the present time of thinking that, which happen to be my memories, my amalgamated memory of the recent past, my amalgamated memory of the defined chunk of time that I'm ostensibly continuing to persist in, this chunk of time defined as walking and talking, and in a silence of a parent not knowing what to say, or like an apparent what would from one perspective be a lapse of thought or something like this endless chain of verbal thought, like coming to an apparent lapse or pause. It wasn't actually. It was just from one apparent aspect of whatever seems to be observing what's going on. But then, like, this other thought arises that's like very basic. It's a very just like, I have been walking and talking for a long time. That's a very basic, normal type of thought to have. But then again, it's also can be seen as this big trying to pull together of experience, trying to kind of solidify what would otherwise be all this disparate fragments of reality, all the disparate fragments of chopping up and dividing experience and apparent, well really just like it's weird. It's like that type of thought is actually the creation of my reality. At the same time that it could also be said to be like the destruction of my reality, as in destruction, as in reducing. It's on one hand ostensibly reducing an amalgamation of remembered experience into a small unit that is this concept I have been walking and talking for a long time. And so it's a reduction, but then it's also like what it's reducing things into is also like part of this pull towards making something be, like making that be a reality. And sure, it doesn't that's a type of concept that doesn't conflict with the other aspects of my experience. It seems, but then also it's as if right now something else is coming online, so to speak. Another, I could describe it as a different form of awareness, or I could say like just now there is a different, a qualitatively different characteristic of my experience. But then it's like I feel simultaneously earnest about this statement that I'm making, and simultaneously suspect of it, because professing this qualitative change to my awareness is also weirdly enough like implying a type of reality to past experience against which this would have to contrast. But, you know, just something as simple as like, of noticing that, like noticing the activity of talking from a different perspective, a perspective that's less identified with the talking, but then of course they seem to merge again, or the talking seems to then migrate to be identified with this supposed other perspective that I'm talking about now. So, you know, just to try to rephrase that more intelligibly, like, have you ever had this experience of having been talking for a very long time? Maybe it's in conversation, and then some part of you realizes that you've been talking for a long time and that maybe it's time to shut up and let the other person talk. Well, what is that? That implies this difference between the part of you that was talking and the part of you that noticed you had been talking for a long time, and that part of you that noticed you had been talking for a long time becomes immediately dissociated, or I guess that has a negative connotation, just disidentified with the talking. And so like, it's like now you're your real self, and like the self that was doing the talking is no longer your real self. It's actually being observed as like a third party objective, like a third party, which is your past self, like observing your past self. And even if you have a concept of your past self, that past self exists really as a third party, not as the first person who observes, who is there to think of a past self. You know what I mean? And it's like I feel all the time disidentified with my past self. I'm like, even such like very, very normal and very typical and common psychological behaviors of, you know, being either proud or ashamed or embarrassed, or somewhere in between, of things you've done or said in the past, or ways you've been like in the past. It's like, obviously that's not who you are now. You know, that's like, and it doesn't even have to be in any kind of big way. It's just like the past self is a third party thing that's experienced in close to the way that supposed objective reality is experienced, or the way that other people are perceived. But then, like, when you have that sort of alteration of awareness where you seemingly make a jump from, you seem to make a jump from being the one who is talking to the one who observes that you have been talking for too long, where it gets closer to the heart of things, or it gets closer to the present. It gets a little bit closer to who you think you are. When you can observe that process of disidentification in something that's closer to like real time, you know what I mean? And I suppose that this is a common feature of what I'm calling this type of experience of walking and talking. But it's of course, like, there's nothing special about this type of experience that makes that happen, except, you know, it being this framework that you and I are upholding. Against which we have this idea of the outside of walking and talking, that is the rest of normal life, that we might be tempted to characterize as having something like a more distracted quality to it, where the relative distraction of things the amalgamated interrelation of the relatively information-rich and more quickly shifting phenomena of experience, you know, just all things and stuff happening, would seem to give rise to a more apparently substantial type of reality, where things are hard and solid and there's identity, but it's not really the case, you know. It's because it's like everything that arises from that, like the would-be problems with that we might describe, like the insecurities, the fears, the desires and aversions, and wanting stuff and wanting people and wanting things to be a different way than they are, and you know, just the sort of like reaching towards whatever might appear to be something solid or substantial or stable, you know, the reaching towards stability, like is in itself like just the same thing as this. It is in itself the same instability. It is the same nothingness elaborating on itself, just in a way that we're sort of like arbitrarily choosing to classify as different than this arbitrary classification of some kind of practice, some kind of discipline of walking and talking, or whatever that discipline might be. It's like, if, you know, like this is all, like that is all, and this is all. Just more of the fundamental tautology extrapolating itself. But I don't know if extrapolating is the right word, because it's not like it goes, it's not like the nothing, it's not like there's an external to the nothing that it can extrapolate into. It's, I feel like the more apt analogy, at least for me, would be like an inward extrapolation. Is there a word for that? I mean, Chris Langan talks about conspansion, and that term is more in the context of cosmology and theoretical physics and mathematics. But I wonder if there's like, yeah, I'm just kind of trying to think of more generalized way to articulate that. Like conspansion being this idea that cosmologically you know, physicists or cosmologists would refer to the universe as expanding, like the universe is expanding, or but if we're talking about all, like if what we mean by the universe is actually all of reality, and you know, who isn't really, like, in this field, like who isn't really trying to understand all of reality, you know? I guess and isn't it, in a way, like, aren't all of us in some way, like, trying to understand all of reality? Like, could that, isn't that like kind of an inevitable part of life? Like could anyone, is there any real sense in which any of us is ever not, could be said to actually not be trying to understand all of reality? I don't know, maybe, perhaps I'm just like overly projecting my own experience or something. But regardless, so if we're thinking of everything that is like, you know, universe with a capital U, understood as everything, expanding, like, what does it actually mean to be expanding? What's it expanding into if there isn't anything else? Because, like, you know, we're talking about reality as this tautological statement of everything that is real, or the universe being everything that exists. If, like, everything that exists cannot actually expand, because the concept of expansion implies a relation to something other, that it's expanding in relation to, or within, or next to, or something like that, or in comparison to, you know what I mean? It's like, just you could come to that understanding even through just general relativity, of like, that all this motion is only, like motion and change can only be relative to each other, to something other. Like, with no reference point, the idea of expansion is a totally meaningless category. And so Langen calls it conspansion, in which it's expanding inward, you know? It's you know, we can kind of imagine this in three-dimensional matter. If we imagine all of matter shrinking, like continuously shrinking in relation to you know, the apparent edges of the universe. I mean, like, maybe the universe doesn't have edges exactly, but in a type of mental model where we you know, are tending to, in our minds, kind of think of things in Euclidean space-time, and if we are actually attempting to conceive of all of reality, if we're, you know, the capital U universe, it seems almost inevitable that we're gonna, like, conceive it as having some kind of boundary, because it's like conception actually cannot happen without boundaries. That you cannot actually conceive anything that is actually boundless. It is not actually possible of conception. It's like conception by definition involves boundaries. So like, you know, now we're just doing this kind of exercise. Maybe we'll get to something afterwards, but this exercise, you know, like, if you have ever tried to think of the universe, or like try to think about everything that is, what reality is, like, inevitably It means you are creating a model, a representation that is going to have some kind of boundaries. So you know, I guess in my mind, like this sort of natural thing that comes to my mind would be, you know, like something spherical. Like there's a boundary to a sphere, and thinking of that as the entire universe, all of reality. And so, as we said earlier, it can't be expanding because there's nothing for it to expand into or expand in relation to. So the expansion that we do empirically observe through our extended senses, through astronomy, like we do actually observe this growing space between us and distant astronomical objects, other stars and such. This expansion could be thought of equally as validly as a shrinking of everything is actually shrinking, and it can be said to be shrinking in relation to, I mean, the boundaries, either in relation to the boundaries of the universe or the boundaries of reality, or actually kind of even more validly, I think, in relation to the space in between them. And then the space in between them can actually be said to exist because there is a distinction there. There's the matter, which we are defining in relation to non-matter, or the space between matter. And so it can actually, without going into any impossible paradoxes or contradictions, be said to be continuously shrinking in regards to the space in between them. And that's you know, seems like actually it is of course not something that that's a model that, you know, doesn't have an ultimate truth to it, but it actually does seem to be a better way of thinking about that, about the universe, than as expanding, you know, into non-existence, because that in itself brings up a contradiction in terms. But I'm describing all this stuff in terms of cosmology or astronomy or whatever, just in order to actually relate it to something that seems that appears to be more directly in our immediate experience, that is like what we're experiencing right now in this moment, you know, the conceptual categorization that I would say is kind of prevalent right here and now would be, you know, this activity of walking and talking, this video, this recording, this podcast, whatever we want to call this, whatever this is, in a sense, is, you know, it's like if we try to imagine what this is from an imagined third party perspective, an outside perspective, you know, that, you know, admittedly, like, let's admit to ourselves that there effectively now is not an exterior viewpoint to this experience that you and I are having. Like you know, just even if you are thinking of one, you know, you're thinking of your past self or your future self or an alternate version of yourself who is not currently listening to this, or or a different person who is not yourself, who is not listening to this, well, we just have to concede that, ooh, garter snake, snake break. What a beauty. This is the second snake break in a row in terms of the last episode. Also had a beautiful garter snake, giving us a great snake break. Maybe we'll come back to this guy, because it seems like there's a line of thought that has some momentum here. So I'll just try not to lose it. So we kind of have to concede, at least for the sake of this argument, that any exterior perspective to this experience, however we want to define it, as a video or a podcast, or just like, in more immediate terms, this experience you are having of hearing this and seeing what you're seeing and experiencing everything that you're experiencing. Any exterior viewpoint is kind of imaginary in a sense. It is, in fact, being projected out of this experience, right? It's like, even like regardless of whatever ontological status we're going to give to things like our past self or our future self or an alternate version of ourselves or other people or other perspectives in the world, we do have to acknowledge that though at present, in terms of what is now, all those perspectives are merely components of this present experience or this perspective. Now, that in itself has some very interesting implications that I think we can explore in depth further, but we'll leave it there for now to continue on with the current thought experiment or whatever it is. Now, what exactly what was I saying? Yeah, so if we do try and go ahead and imagine this external perspective on this experience, what would this experience be like in the context of this external experience? Now, a way to imagine it might be, what would your future self remember about this right now, or how would this exist as a memory in your future self, or or another way is like, how would you describe what is happening right now to another person who didn't have the same experience? How would you describe it? Or like, maybe to put it in a plain and simple way, if somebody asked you what this podcast or this video is about, or like, what would you say? Or if they asked you, what is it like? What would you say? What is it? What is this video or audio like? Or maybe even to raise the stakes a little bit. Like, if somebody asked you, what exactly is your present experience like? What would you say? And could you say anything that would be really true? I mean, I understand that you could engage in truthfulness when attempting to describe it. You could abstain from consciously misrepresenting your experience. You would consciously abstain from saying like, my present experience is being eaten by a Bigfoot, or my present experience is having my hair on fire. So that's easy enough, but could you describe it in a perfectly true and accurate way? But then, so, you know, just like try this thought experiment of like, try describing exactly your present experience, like to someone, to another, to an apparent other perspective. And of course, I mean, I think if you're anything like me, or if your subjectivity at all resembles any of the sort of like most fundamental characteristics of my subjectivity, you might find, as I find, that it's actually impossible to say any real truth about it, because you find that everything that you say is in fact like what we've been calling encapsulations or reductions or amalgamations or constructions, that you can't represent it without some form of construction which refers to something other also, that like you can't represent it without some external referent that is not what it's like. You know what I mean? Like any descriptor that you're going to use, like, is existing in a certain kind of syntax that is not in itself like inherently fundamental to the experience, or inherently necessary to the experience, or like inherently emerging out of the experience. It's in fact something that comes from this other, you know? Which is kind of like, and then if you take the implications of that, it's like there just simply is nothing to this experience, and then the implications of that is there is nothing to any experience. And so, okay, like this was all actually in service of another point, if you will. It's not exactly like, these aren't exactly points per se, but this other point that like, you know, this idea is all in service of, is that like what this is if you're trying to encapsulate it in any real way, it's like you come up with nothing. Like this is most fundamentally nothing. Like, and you can extend that to any way that you want to mentally think of this experience. I mean, even the term "this experience" at all, you can think of as essentially and fundamentally nothing. And like, if you feel like lost about that, like you could maybe backtrack a bit and like just follow up to here to like try to get a grip on why I'm saying that. But it's like if it's like ontologically, this is they're just this is nothing. Of course, this seems to bring up a further kind of contradiction and paradox, that it seems like this which we're saying is nothing is actually incredibly phenomenally rich with detail. It's incredibly rich with detail and information. It's incredibly information rich. Like more, there is potentially more information here than would ever be conceivable in 1,000 lifetimes. I mean, just in this, like in your experience right now, everything that you can experience right now, like the potential information that's contained, that seems to be contained within this nothing, is infinitely rich, and it extends into infinite, like, you know, kind of fractal regress any direction that you look in. You know, just to take one kind of example of analogy, it's just like take one's visual field. I mean, and even if you say you don't have a visual field, even if your eyes are closed, or even if you are, well, okay, so then this becomes this big question of if one is congenitally blind. Is there still visual experience? And that's, you know, that's a whole nother topic that I don't feel adequately informed to delve into. But just for the sake of this example, let's assume you have a visual field. Just you could look closer at any one apparent object or area or infinitesimally small point of information that appears in your visual field and zoom in on it, and there would be this increasing there would be this growing amount of information within whatever small point that you choose, and you zoom in as far as the senses will allow, and then zoom even further with all available extensions of our sensory apparati, including a microscope and the most powerful electron microscope, and, you know, it just keeps going. And it's not like you reached the end. It's not like you reached the end of information. You just reached the end of the capacity of the microscope. You essentially reached the end of you reached the end of the capacity of your current capacity of perception, but you didn't actually reach the end, because there's infinitely other points that you could have zoomed in on. But even that piece of information, that ostensible piece of visual information, it's not inherently any piece of visual information, because it having any informational status is completely dependent on this whole host of conception, you know? This whole other web of knowledge that gives it any informational status. Like, it's only like seeing a rock. Like, ostensibly, I'm seeing countless rocks in my visual experience right now, and I can arbitrarily choose one of those rocks, any one of them, and zoom in on it as far as as I'm going to do it. I picked out a rock in my visual field. I'm just going to get closer to it. So I'm zooming in, you know, via my biological perception, but, you know, of course that's related to my perception is also, like, I think highly related to my motility, you know, that I'm moving towards a thing, or the thing appears to be moving closer to me, and then I can get close to it and kind of observe it. I mean, actually, I can't even observe it with to the limits of my own natural biological sensory apparati. I can't observe all of it. Because that in itself just has no limit. I could observe any part of the rock, and from any angle, and from any distance, and that would just get endless. Or like, but even say that it does have, you know, a finite amount of perspectives or something on the rock, then it's like then we have like the extensions of our sensory apparatus. So we have magnifying lenses and we have microscopes, and we can just keep going, and then we reach, you know, maybe an apparent limit to our extended senses, but that limit implies in itself the possibility for more. But I'm getting a little, you know, I'm getting a little beyond myself here. All this is to say that, in a sense, like this concept of conspansion could be just applied to experience in the whole, like, and it could be like sort of, we can think metaphorically of this episode of Walking and Talking as being something like that, like a conspansion, because like as I was talking about before, like say, you know, we're just using this as kind of like a coarse metaphor. Like, what if somebody's asking you what this video or what this podcast was about, or what it was like what would come to my mind is like it's not really about anything. Like that's the kind of the honestly the best I could say. Like, it's not about anything. It's like, you know, or something like it's pretty much just about itself. Like I wouldn't say that it's about me, although like, in case, you know, maybe there is some vanity or narcissism here that is going unexamined, and this is like, you know, in some oblique way all about me in some vain way that I'm not aware of. But if I were speaking to as honestly as I could, I would say this is pretty much not about anything other than itself, or, you know, or something to that effect. And yet, and so, like, you know, maybe, let's say maybe you would say something like that too, and then you know, we can pretty easily imagine the person that you're explaining this to be kind of confused, because, you know, maybe they would say, well, okay, but it's 4 hours long, and this dude is talking the whole time, and he's talking for 4 hours continuously without saying anything. And, you know, I would say, yeah, essentially, yeah. And so, but then at the same time, like, if I'm being honest about this experience, it's also, like, simultaneously incredibly rich. Like, with all this potency, with all this potentiality, like all the kind of vast infinite possibility of every moment, or every little facet of experience, like having this potential to open up into the infinite facets of itself. There's just this infinity of potential information, kind of constantly revealing its that characteristic of itself, constantly revealing its infinite potentiality to itself, its infinite potentiality of continuing to conspand, if you will, to, like, continue to reveal more and more and more and more complexity the closer we observe absolutely any little facet. And it just keeps going like a fractal. And you could zoom out just as much as you zoom in, and still, you know, never come to any end of the potential information. never come to any end of the potential richness. And so that's why I'm saying that this is kind of like analogous to this more cosmological metaphor of the conspanding universe that Chris Langan talks about. But as I mentioned before, oh, excuse me, I am getting slightly nasally congested here. It is the coldest day of the season so far. Although I did, after learning that a pretty stringent scientific study revealed spirulina to be an effective agent against rhinitis, allergic rhinitis, by acting as an antihistamine, essentially having the same function as your Benadryl or whatever that you would take, but without the negative side effects. I did rush out and buy some spirulina, and I did ingest I don't know, 3 or 4 grams of spirulina this morning. However, there is still some amount of nasal congestion, but it may be due to the cold air entering my nostrils. Regardless, there was a thing that we left off of earlier when I was kind of describing to you this sort of thought experiment of imagining another perspective other than the apparent perspective that you're having now. And this is like, you know, we do this all the time. We're constantly doing this. We are constantly imagining other people's perspectives on us, you know, and adjusting our behavior socially, of course. And this is normal and all good and normal. Or to, you know, imagine perhaps your future self reflecting back on your present self, and we found ourselves having to concede the reality that all these other perspectives are in fact phenomena within this perspective or this experience. All these other experiences, like so far, like they can only truly said to be exist insofar as being aspects of this experience. We talked about this just, you know, a few minutes ago, and of course, sort of a somewhat obvious outcome of this line of thinking might be solipsism, the idea that We cannot prove the existence of other subjectivities outside of our own subjectivity, and so it is logically, like, it's kind of logically unfalsifiable, the existence of multiple subjectivities. They could all merely be illusions or appearances within this experience, you know, like you are the only subjectivity. But I think that as a conclusion is really falling short of something. It's missing something crucial, which is, let me see if I can describe this. Like if there is no other perspective in a meaningful sense, then what meaning then does this perspective have? So if there's no other real entity really experiencing anything, if there's only this one, there, like, you know, in scare quotes, you are the only real experiencing entity, and all of the universe is only an illusion within your mind. Okay. The question becomes, like, what ontological status then is the you? Is the you left with? Like, can the you as a perspective, like, still really be said to exist? And you know, like, in some way, like, in kind of a, on the surface, it would seem to be like yes, there is apparent experience, right? But however, we have seen, we've kind of like gone through in here the kind of absence of this experience, the kind of, like, the total kind of dependency of this experience on the total kind of dependency on what would be the other, you know, like the dependency of this, like having any this experience, like the quote unquote you that would be the solipsist, the only experiencing entity in reality. That you, that experience is completely dependent on the other in a way that removes any substantial ontological status. You know what I'm saying? It destroys any inherent existence to it. And so, like, the sort of, like, the apparent substance, the apparent content of experience, or like even the apparent existence of experience at all, is in fact constructed by all these distinctions that are dependent on the supposition of other viewpoints. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, or not even just necessarily other viewpoints. It's like there is no experience without both the experiencer which implicitly exists within a world that is experienced. But I guess like the claim that solipsism would make would be that the experiencer is everything. But then, like, what? And if the apparent world that would be the illusion is only within the experiencer, I think I would have to say I feel like these distinctions break down, you know? It's like this solipsism, like we just have to kind of point out that we are in fact imagining solipsism with dependence on its opposite, with dependence, like this concept of a solipsistic reality is the concept itself is dependent on what we are implicitly assuming to be the opposite of it, to be, you know, an experiencer within, an experiencer that exists within a materialistic world. I'm not sure if that is, I'm not confident that what I just said is self-evident. So it might take some more explicating. That's a fancy word for saying explaining, which is a fancy word for saying splaining. Splainin. Take some more splaining to do. Like, it's, I mean, like another angle to take a whack at it from is like, what then is this self that would be the soul experiencing entity? Obviously it couldn't be your body, because it's quite elementary to observe that the body is contiguous with the rest of apparent reality. You know, your toenails fall off, or you cut them off and you throw them in the trash, and your hair gets cut off or it falls out, your skin flakes off, and you take a shit, you take a piss, and all of those stuff then become not your body. They become the rest of the world. And obviously you're eating food and you're drinking water, and that stuff that was formerly the world becomes your body. But you don't even need that kind of logic to understand this. It's just like, look, your body is an aspect of your experience, and your body is a phenomenon within your experience. You see it. You don't actually see your head, by the way, but you see the rest of your body. You see your body that's not your head and your neck. You don't really see your neck. You can sort of see some of your back. It's kind of hard if you twist around. You can sort of see some of your back. You can kind of see some of your butt, but you can't really get a good full-on straight view of your own butt. And then you're like, but I can look in a mirror, or I can look at a photo of myself. And your reflection in the mirror is just that. It's a reflection in the mirror. It is, in fact, an observable phenomenon supposedly in the world. It's supposedly not you, right? It's like, you're obviously, your body is a part of the world. Your body is not the experiencer. It's not the you. It's not the same. It's obviously not the same you that we are referring to when we're talking about the you that would be the solipsistic experiencer of the illusory world. So your body is part of the world, and then so what is the you? Then it's the thoughts, right? It would be like the amalgamation of memories and thoughts. But then, if we look at that, it actually can't be that either. Because, as we observe when we do this, when I walk and talk, and probably when you listen to me walk and talk, it's like, or if you, spend any time doing anything for a long period of time, or spend any time paying any kind of attention to anything, you can observe that the thoughts are not independent of the world. They are in complete dependence and relation to the world. All the language is learned from outside of me, and just by the mere fact that you can understand the words that I'm saying, it's obvious that the language is not something originating from within this inherent self. It's something out there, and the thoughts, if the thoughts make any sort of sense to you, if there's any form of understanding going on here, that is itself a demonstration of the non-independent origin of these thoughts. It's like, they are in absolute relation and absolute dependence on thought that exists out there in the world between different understanding entities. Or even if there weren't these other understanding entities, then the thought would have to, even if we are assuming a solipsistic universe, then these thoughts are, in fact, completely related and dependent on the illusory thoughts that appear to be being expressed by all these imaginary figments of our imagination, that appear in our imaginary world that we, this solipsistic experiencer, are hallucinating. And so, in a way, the thoughts are, in fact, part of the hallucination. So if we concede that the self is not the thoughts either, then it's like, what is it? Like, we can kind of point towards this a supposed entity that is witnessing the thoughts, or try to point towards the supposed entity that is like the locus of control of thinking, the originator of volition and will. But as I could delve into deeply, it's like when you look closer at that, when you chase that entity, that which is either the witness or the locus of control, the originator of volition, you come up empty-handed. You come into emptiness. you come through it into emptiness. And so this is kind of a long-winded way of kind of debunking any kind of theory of solipsism as representing a misunderstanding or a fragmented understanding of reality. Just because this idea of one single experiencer that within which all of the rest of the world is a hallucinated amalgamation of phenomena, the idea kind of destroys itself when you start to like examine what would be the when you try to start to examine the ontological status of the experiencer and try to give it some inherent existence independent of that which it hallucinates, independent of those phenomena that appear in its dream. It's like if the world is only a dream to the experiencer, it actually does follow from that the experiencer is also only a part of the dream. And when you go that far, that's where I think this idea of solipsism starts to be more reconcilable, or in a sense like less in conflict with these other observations. But at that point, the term of solipsism, the idea of solipsism becomes meaningless, because it's like like maybe you can say that the existence of other beings is illusory, but the existence of other beings is only illusory to the same extent that the existence of you is illusory, that the existence of experience itself is illusory, that subjectivity itself is illusory. I can see how it's like maybe somehow tempting to go towards this model of there being a single subjectivity, but that model is only interesting and in fact only meaningful in contradiction to this other sort of conventional model of reality that we operate under, which is that there are multiple individual subjectivities. When I stop talking for a moment, it's like sort of absurdity of all this emerges as a, you know, an arbitrary characterization of what's going on. And with this, I am going to actually take a whiz break. Go, bro, stop recording. Now, an interesting thing to note is that kind of like this whole cycle of thought that I've been on, solipsism, has kind of cycled back to this, what I would call as kind of a default reality of this idea that there are multiple subjective experiencing entities within a larger objective world. You know, that just seems in a way, I'm just calling it default because it's like, that really seems like the normal way to go about living. I mean, to operate under? What does it really mean, what I'm saying? You know, it just seems kind of natural, right? Like, for instance, I pass by another hiker and then I temporarily stop talking to you because I'm regarding their subjective experience and well, I guess, I mean, in some way it's also just kind of like, in a way, a self-interest of, I do it because I don't want to divert any attentional energy or just attention towards trying to negotiate my projected image of myself that I project to exist within their subjective experience. That is, I want to project actually as minimal as possible of a representation of myself within their subjective experience, or in other words, I don't want to be thinking about them thinking about me. And so I behave in a way to create the most normative social interaction that I possibly can between myself and a passing hiker, so that in my mind I'm thinking as little as possible about what they are thinking about about this interaction, so that I can devote all of my attention to this interaction that I'm having with you. Which this is interesting, you know. Like I'm just kind of committing more to this interaction with you in doing that. And I suppose the reasoning for that would be that I am fairly reasonably assured of the consensual nature of this interaction that you and I are having, because there's in most conceivable circumstances, there's always the option for you to stop this interaction, to hit stop, to stop listening, to go do something different with your attention. Unless, notwithstanding some far-fetched situation in which you are being forced to listen to this, which is somewhat entertaining to think of, because it seems so ridiculous that, someone is forcing you to keep listening to this. And if that is your situation, then I'm very sorry about that. I'm enormously sympathetic, and I hope that the situation changes. I hope that you can get out of this circumstance of being forced to listen to this or to watch this. And so, but under all plausible scenarios, you are listening to this because you're choosing to, or to the extent that we allow free will to exist as a concept, then you're listening to this by your own volition, as opposed to being compelled to do so. Whereas in an interaction with a hiker passing by IRL, the relationship is different, and that they have not chosen to devote any of their attentional resources towards interacting with me, or thinking about me, or considering my subjectivity. And therefore, I am inclined not to impose upon them any sort of aberrance in their phenomenal reality. Which is why I will temporarily stop talking to you, and like today, for instance, temporarily pause the recording, just stop the camera until I get past them and get a short distance away from them, till I fade out of their awareness, and I'll just say a very normal, polite thing, like hello, how's it going, hi, sort of thing. What I could be said to be attempting to do is to maximize the sovereignty of all parties involved. That is, I can, on my end, keep up this interaction that I'm having with you, and you at all times, in all plausible circumstances, maintain your sovereignty of ending our interaction at this moment, at any moment, by stopping listening. Because the way that this message is being conveyed is through a medium that in most scenarios is just kind of a one-to-one experience. Like, it's me to you. And sure, we can say in the conventional sense that it's me to a lot of other people, including you. But for the purposes of this interaction, it's just like, this is me and you. In most plausible circumstances, there might be a few scenarios in which there's a yous listening to me, who you and your friend are both listening to me and have some awareness of each other at the same time, or sharing some aspects of your experience of listening to me if you're doing it at the same time or in the same room or something like that. But most likely it's just you and I'm assuming, but it doesn't really matter. But I feel as if, at least on my end, that a certain degree, like on my end, a certain degree of sovereignty is being maintained in that there's about as much freedom here to do and say and think whatever I want to do and say and think as I can really imagine practically. I'm really free to think and speak however I want to. I don't feel aware of any kind of like constraints. I mean, other than the constraints that I feel like I am electing to maybe put, and these are constraints like kind of so natural as to not be really experienced as constraints, as in like just normal conversational decency or relational decency, as well as speaking English in a way that I would hope would be comprehensible to most English speakers. I mean, regardless, like of course, even this idea of comprehension is like itself a complicated term that we have and will go into depth, into great depth and pick apart. But just as a kind of conceptual shorthand to say that a sort of natural constraint that might be on me would be like my desire just to communicate with you, but that's not actually experienced as any kind of constraint. It's just what I am actually electing to attempt to do. And I also don't feel in this scenario. I feel relatively, pretty much free from any kind of ideological or political pressures to represent my reality in any particular way. Like I don't feel any kind of pressure to conform to any sort of political or ideological or moral platform. I I don't feel, I don't, I don't, I don't, I'm not aware of feeling any outside pressure to conform to any kind of moral stance. And that to me feels like a natural good. That state, you know, of being free to think and speak, you know, as freely as like the only limits are those in my own mind, you know, like very plainly. And I think that's a really wonderful thing, honestly. But then, yeah, and then also, I also really like this type of arrangement, actually, where you're able to listen in this fashion, where you have the choice at any time to stop. You're by no means a captive audience, and there's not like any. There's no like social conventions that would be violated if you stop listening, because of course I wouldn't even know if you stopped listening. It's not going to, you know, if you stop the video. That's a funny thing just happened when I said those magic words. The camera that I am using, which recognizes voice commands, did exactly what I just said. And so I had to restart it. Just kind of funny. Yeah, you could leave, and you could leave this interaction, and I don't know about it. So it's like there's no detriment to to my experience. There's no danger of my feelings being hurt or whatever. And I like it also because, like, the more sort of elective this activity that you are doing, this listening that you're doing, is, like, the more that it is of your own volition. I feel like the less hindrances, the fewer hindrances are the more you are free to kind of reflect on this, or you know, think in your own sovereign way. There's no kind of like institutional or social pressure for you to demonstrate any particular relation to this at all. There's no pressure for you to, like, there's no extrinsic reason at all for you to be paying attention to this, or to be grasping it, or to have a high opinion of it or a low opinion of it, as far as I can tell, you know. It's like, especially when this type of interaction happens, like, in a one-to-one basis, like, probably most of the time you're in relative privacy when you're hearing this. And I think that's great that there's you don't have to, for the moment, you don't have to consider what anybody else thinks. You don't have to consider anybody else's, you don't have to consider this representation of yourself as a phenomenon appearing within somebody else's subjectivity, and be like, you know, adjusting your behavior accordingly. You're free to like and dislike and understand or not understand, or care or not care, or think or not think. Whereas in a lot of other types of scenarios that I can imagine, where there might be social factors at play that would contribute towards a relative captivity of an audience. Say, you know, if I'm passing by a hiker and I just start blabbering endlessly like this at the hiker, they are then engaged in a social interaction which might take some effort on their part to disengage if they want to disengage. And that effort might involve, you know, considering my mind in a way that so that they can they'll have to devise a strategy for disengaging with the interaction as smoothly as possible. Or if it's like, if it were something like a performance where there's a gathered audience and then there's myself, then you know, still sort of like ostensibly every member of the audience is there and remaining there under their own volition, but also, you know, there are also certain social norms at play, and just plain and simple, like they would have to, if an audience wants to leave an audience, they're going to have to consider the experience of the rest of the audience members in their leaving, and they'll have to consider what sorts of effect their leaving might have on both the audience members and the performer. And so this formulation really gets rid of all those other factors, and simplifies it in a way that I really appreciate. Like this is in some ways kind of antisocial in I think a really good way. Because it's like, you know, I don't know. A way that we could characterize this type of thinking, or this type of attention, or whatever it is, as being, you know, we could conceive of this as being aberrant with respect to at least my current conception of culture. But I mean, of course, I also recognize that this, whatever's going on, is also dependent on culture and a type of manifestation of culture, has a type of dependency on anything that I would consider an other when I speak about culture. But it's quite reasonable to assume that this form and this duration, this manner of speaking and thinking might not be welcome in all situations. And so it's like, now it's in this medium that is kind of more or less freely accessible, contingent on technological access, which is increasingly ubiquitous. One thing that I could say is that it kind of feels as if interesting. It feels like as if there is a form of stability present here, in that it kind of feels like the quality of this experience is kind of free to just, if you will, sort of drop down to a base level of what we could call normalcy, or just mundaneness, or not specialness, or ordinariness, or whatever, without any problem being created. I mean, mind you, there is it could be said that there's an effort being expended to uphold this framework of continuously talking for 4 hours. That is true. But within that, I feel as if there's this way in which nothing beyond that is really needed, or at least in this moment, expected. I mean, of course, it's only natural that we desire certain types of experience, or we without totally realizing it, are searching for or expecting a certain type of experience. But I feel that within this framework, more or less, whatever happens is pretty acceptable. I mean, there have been plenty of times where my subjective experience of making these videos might move beyond some perceived boundary for it. That is, like, I get it, like maybe I would get in such a bad mood, such a turmoil, that I decide to just stop the video and try again another day. I've done that plenty of times. But I mean, weirdly enough, it's like, what is that turmoil a symptom of, other than desiring, my experience to be other than what it is, which, of course we could pick apart the validity of that until we go blue in the face. But for now, it's like the absence of anything, of needing something different to occur, or like the absence of needing some different understanding than what we seem to understand now seems to be contributing to what we could then classify as a state of well-being. But what I mean by this state of well-being is like even the potential inclusion and acceptance of relative non-well-being, of feeling shitty. But then, of course, then there's this other problem of like feeling shitty almost by definition means it's the experience not being okay, the experience of wanting experience to be different, of it not being okay, of it being shitty. It's another another kind of like self-defining concept. I would almost say that in a way it seems like a lot of moving around, a lot of slicing up the pie in different ways without arriving at any grand conclusion. But then at the same time I feel as if sort of implicit in the multiplicity of different slicings of the pie, the different fragmentations, the myriad syntaxes offered up of reality. Implicit in all of these what should I say, like models, all of these like what we call like understandings or concepts or bodies of knowledge or ways of thinking about reality. All of which, like they don't, I wouldn't say that they impart something like enormous satisfaction. Although it's like, and as far as satisfaction goes, this is like pretty much up there at the top for me. Which is kind of to say that there isn't any ultimate satisfaction. That it's like what I'm referring to as this satisfaction is actually just like a very rich, a very high resolution experience of the dissatisfaction, if you will. The satisfaction is a high resolution dissatisfaction. So in some sense it implies that like we're perpetually outside of the bullseye. We're perpetually like looking at the map as opposed to the actual territory. or we're perpetually just, you know, redrawing the map. We can't get to the territory. Maybe this isn't the most effective analogy. But in fact, I think that, like, this limitation, you know, this limited feeling, like, that that's like the best that understanding can be is a form of limitation. Like, understanding is a type of limitation, and I feel like I've said that in multiple different ways today and in the past. And like, that being the case, it's just fine. Like, the limitness is infinite in a way. The finiteness is infinite. And then, you know, this is like, again, kind of like what I could describe as an unsatisfying slogan or something. But then, you know, that's how it is. It is what it is. Which isn't anything. And everything. But you know, some kind of interpretation of this as being phenomenally cheesy compels me to get away from this grandiose vista that I am perched upon, and to keep walking. We're in the home stretch, it could be said. You've made it almost all the way through, for which I congratulate you. Or perhaps you skipped ahead. For which I think is okay. I mean, it's like you've missed literally nothing. You literally have not missed anything by skipping ahead. But in a sense, it's you also haven't gotten anything by skipping ahead either. Like, it's still kind of a fundamental quality of your experience is kind of the same, regardless of whether you skipped ahead or have listened all the way through. Kind of makes no difference. And yet at the same time there is kind of a difference. I mean, for me, it would be hard to deny an interpretation of my current experience as being extraordinarily happy. Just like really fucking joyful. You know, and of course I'm like suspicious of that as a thing. you know, as being like, as solidifying into an interpretation, because like as soon as I allow this like this reduction to occur of, you know, something along the lines of this being a good experience, or this having been a good video, or something like that, it creates a problem, because then that solidifies as this entity that exists kind of illusorily in my mind, and then you know, throws up all this distinction between itself and my other apparent reality. So this is me actually just kind of like projecting fearfully into the future, being fearful of a future self who has some kind of calcified idea of what a good walking and talking video is as opposed to a bad one, or what a joyful experience is as opposed to a shitty experience, and then, you know, starts to create that dualistic reality for himself. So this is just, wow, that's pretty interesting. My joyful self just became revealed as being my fearful self. However, it is, in another sense, it's also just hard to deny a certain pleasantness, a certain pleasantness that I feel, that is completely tied to doing a thing that could in some ways on the surface seem unpleasant, that is getting up super early in the morning and like doing a few things before coming out on the so far coldest day of the season, and taking a long hike and relatively uninterruptedly having zero mental privacy on this hike. You know, in some ways that sounds like a real slog, some real drudgery, and there, you know, to the extent that I'm saying I feel this pleasantness, it's also because I did that, exercise this apparent discipline, and I hope that the way that I'm saying these things sort of illustrates that they are kind of optional interpretations of what has happened and is happening, but it is to say that there's a potential symmetry to your experience, I believe, because I recognize that the feat of paying really any amount of attention to this is not exactly what we would think of as easy, and potentially very destabilizing. But I would imagine, based on this idea of like a symmetry to your and my experience with regards to this interaction, that if you have kind of gone through with the more or less monumental task of listening through to this thing, listening to this thing all the way through, that something like some kind of reward may be manifesting as we recognize that we're entering the home stretch, and will imminently experience a change, you know, like a perceptual change in our phenomenal reality, i.e. this video or this podcast will end, and your and my attentional resources will be set free of this, and able to devour up with a freshness, perhaps, whatever else it turns towards next. But it could, I mean, there's other ways to think about it too. Like, we could think of this, like if we think of this as a type of discipline, I think we would want to equally think of it as like a type of tolerance of instability. Like, you know, I'm entering into a situation that I've created for myself where obviously I'm out in the woods and have put some distance in between myself and to the common sorts of stimuli that I would otherwise be encountering in my life. Some distance in between what we would call relative distractions. And so it's kind of creating a kind of situation where it's actually easier to not get sucked into the gravitational fields of certain stimuli. You know what I mean? Of certain distracting phenomena. Being relatively out in space, you know. Outside of orbit. And that makes it easier to have this experience of kind of floating without a solid ground for a while. But then, of course, you come back and then appreciate the apparent solid ground all the much more if you have this other perspective of it. You know, like the Earth is not the center. In the same way that the apparent like solidity of yourself and of everything is not the end all be all. and is revealed to never have been. And in fact, we have been floating all along. Without ground. Without a real up and down. Just a relative up and down. But I don't need to tell you this. This is totally obvious at this point. It's a whole lot of nothing. So I'm kind of like, I'm ready for the illusion again. Give me back the illusion of apparent solidity. But then I know, in some ways there isn't actually, in some ways, that's not, the illusion isn't, there's not even a real illusion. There's not even a real illusion. Do you get the sense in which I'm saying that? There's not even actually an illusion. Like stuff isn't even as real as an illusion. But of course this is also just bullshit. Because also, of course stuff's real. Look how real it is. I really need to eat some food, I'll tell you that much. But that's, relative. I could also just be hungry for a while. I mean, now the quality of the speaking, it could almost be said to be devolving in concentration. It's kind of deteriorating. Into this more kind of base and fragmented it's deteriorating into distraction, just distracting itself. In a way that seems okay. It seems like in anticipation of the end. like reaching that point where you know it's going to end, and so you can start to let down your guard, so to speak, or like I can start to at least get ready to release whatever frame I've been upholding for a while, for what feels like a while. It feels, you know, relatively as if something fairly complete has happened, or something, or something has happened completely. I guess I could say as if I feel as if I've had a very full experience. Probing the frontier of who I seem to think that I am. But simultaneously, right now, I'm like kind of starting. I'm kind of starting to observe this gravitation towards this like summary type of thinking. This like summarization of what has happened, and which I feel kind of averse to. I mean, I know it's perfectly normal, but it does, in a way, it seems to like kind of go against. It goes against like the activity of summarizing it. Weirdly enough, seems to go against the summarized concept of what I think this is, or what I think it's like. So there you have it, folks. Another self-contradiction coming up. It's like if I'm saying that summation is against the spirit of what this is, then it implies that I'm actually harboring a type of summation of what this is that is contradictory to the activity of summation. But you know, so this is all like, again, could be conceptualized as like a gravitational pull of ideation into forms, but the forms always kind of like harboring within themselves a type of contradiction, because we can think of the forms owing a debt to the nothing. That you know, when the paradox comes around to debase the forms or the ideas or the knowledge, that is the nothingness coming to collect its debt. The whole of reality, kind of seeming to assert its would-be wholeness against the relative phenomenon that occur as these conspanded forms within it. You know, it's just like confusing way to say. The same thing that's been said over and over again. For ages. I won't say it again. Think it's just time to say bye. Give me lots of money on Patreon.